Hello. Hey. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hello. Hi, Salon. Hi, Jake. Welcome. Oh. Forgot what I wanted to say. It's a little bit too early for my brain to get shut down or reset, but it happens. Don't worry about it. But I cannot remember. There's one thing I want to. Oh, you're right. I remember now. This morning, we got a call from the lawyer that we've been in contact with, right, for a bit. That she helps us with all the letter of administrations and stuff ever since my dad's passing. She is helping us with all of that, and this morning we received a call saying that the letter of administration is almost done. We just need some more information and then to verify and everything like that. So it took a while, but I think it's almost done. Letter of administration and stuff. I mean, it sounds like it's nothing much, but at the same time it sounds like it's a lot of things at the same time. It's weird because now that stuff is passed on to me and also mom a little bit. No, like we both share, right? Something like that. When I was listening to all the explanations that the lawyer is telling us, it's like, oh shit, that's what it is, letter of administration. Oh, okay. Because they keep saying that it's like LA, but it's like I don't know what LA is other than Los Angeles, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Because I'm in Malaysia, how could it be Los Angeles? So it's letter of administration. I know about it this morning. It's like, yeah, sure, okay. And we do a bit of a signing as well, and yeah. It is still underway, but according to the lawyer that it's almost done. Almost. Almost done. It's nothing much, but it's just why I'm late. You know, I always say I have excuses, but this one is not. Just for this one occasion, it's not an excuse. It's just something that I need to finish off. So, it happens sometimes. And it looks like my coughing has not slowed down for a little bit. I don't know. It feels like it's only like a coughing issue, but nothing else. I don't know what it is, but it's kind of weird. Hi, Evie. Stinky. Hello. Oh. Hi, Mori. Hello. Welcome. I'm gonna open up Monster Hunter Frontier. It's gonna take a while. Why didn't I open up? Why didn't I open it up earlier? I don't know. It's not gonna take that long. Hey you. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Yeah, listen to that. Launcher noises? Okay, give me a second. Launcher noises? That's the Monster Hunter Frontier. I'm gonna put myself a little bit to the left here, so that I'm not blocking what I'm using. You guys can see what I'm doing. Also, I'm gonna show you guys a bunch of dragons as well. A bunch of dragons. Since I got to HR6 now. See, I'm HR6 now. I played some off stream on Tuesday. Last night was very busy. I can't play anything. Once I get back home, I just immediately lie down on bed and sleep. But yeah, I only play a little bit. I'm HR6. I want to farm new armor sets, I think? Oh, is my controller not working? Hey, that's on my end. That's also on my end. There we go. I'm gonna show you guys some really good dragon. I fought two. Yeah, two. One is an urgent quest and another one is... I saw the icon is very golden and it's true. It's very golden, it's very shiny. I'll show you the urgent quest one first. Yeah, sadly I didn't even get to farm as much. I didn't get to farm as much. For longsword wise, I'm still using this one. It's pretty good. It's not the best, but it's something. The damage is good. The sharpness is kind of bad at this point, but it's good enough. Oh, this one is pretty good. Oh, they changed it, so it's like a daily rotation, I think. Food. Food. Also, I fought another dragon on HR4. I fought Ashen Lao San Long. And apparently the music comes from there, the proof of the hero. But because I was too strong, I didn't even get to listen to it as much. I just killed the dragon. Here, I'm 6-star now. This one. Yeah, this one. This one. The best. I already ate, right? A gold extract. Let me see if I can buy it. That's expensive. I'm gonna go 10 by 10. It's either one or maximum. Let's buy 150 of them. And also some beans. Oh, do you not sell beans here? Shit. Beans. That's fine. Yeah, this one. By the way, I don't know if I did say this or not, but I hope we are doing good. I think the dragon has a cutscene as well, this one. Cutscene. Yeah, look at that. God damn. It's so cool. It's so cool. Come on. Oh shit, I didn't even see that. Yep. Hope you're well. Oh, I'm doing pretty okay. I'm glad to know you're doing okay too. Uh oh, I'm dead. Don't do it! Oh god. Help, I'm stuck in the body. I'm not even gonna complain. Hell yeah, that was great. Oh god, I didn't even recognize that. It's so painful. How are you doing? It's so painful. There we go. Oh, this is guaranteed. I think I remember this one. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Unless I have earplug, then yeah, it's a guaranteed hit. And then I almost rolled into it. God, the music is so good too. Yeah, this is the music that I was listening to just now. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, another guarantee. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm spamming roll there. It just doesn't work. I don't think I have enough heal with this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I rolled into it. Yeah, actually I don't know how I did it the first time, but it's okay. I was going Ultra Instinct. Like Super Saiyan Goku. Nice. I swear, I know how to dodge some of the moves. Nice who? Evade 1. Oh, guaranteed. Oh no. I need to look at the shout, really. I need to recognize the shout animation. Or else I'll just keep getting abused by that. Too early. Ooh. There we go. Too early? Oh. It's so painful. Every hit is like 50%. I did. Camera, please, camera. I got this. Man, some of the fails are at 95%, just kinda sad. This is only to repel, by the way. It's not to kill, but to repel. Oh. Oh, it's so not obvious, this one. Yippee. I'm dead. Camera, please. Oh my god. That's a reaction. There we go, finally. I was like, that thing is acting weird. I don't like that. That's a reaction. God damn! Holy shit! It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Very scary. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, I got so lucky. Twice. Again? Again? Another one, maybe? Oh my god, I rolled. They need to do more of these. It's so cool. Spiky dirt. Look at the crown of this thing. That's the best crown ever. What are you doing? I goddamn it. So 2 tap on the on the front leg means that.
Imperative. Yep. Kobo might be dead. Woohoo! High numbers. Oh, this is good. Yippee. I rolled too late. It's fine. I can do it. He is so detrimental. Nice. Okay. Hello, honey. Do it again. Oh my god. High numbers. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Uh-oh. We got too close. Oh, that far? I went into it. Am I dead? Nope. I can cheat. Let's go.
Too late. Need to roll a bit earlier than that. I think I'm in love. Holy shit. Oh, two tap. Okay, this is that. Two tap front leg. I'm doing well. If not, wait. Sorry. Wait. I cannot read the chat, but I want to. Go down? Yeah. I got lucky. I got so lucky. That's a reaction. No, I recognize this. Another one. that weird low pouncing motion. Oh, I went into it. God. No. I got this. It's so hot though. God damn. You cannot tell me that this dragon is not hot. There's no way. There's zero chance you can tell me that this dragon doesn't look hot. Wait a minute. Oh, nice! Finally? Nice! We repelled it. No more death left. It's only repelling. It's already so hard. Now it's one of, if not the best one. I'm doing pretty okay. Weird throat moment, like weird throat thing, it's still happening, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Just got home and making pizza. Pizza, nice. Kobo likes pizza. But pizza is too expensive here. I got 2? Nice. God, dragons are so hot, I mean cool. They are hot and cool. Both at the same time. We'll absolutely let this drag do unspeakable things to me. I mean, I call dips. I call dips. When I say I call dips or shotgun. Oh, wait, shotgun is car's front seat, right? No, I call dips. It's okay, there's another one, but I call dips. I call dips on everything. Pizza time, okay. Have good pizza. Yeah, this one. This dragon is super hot and also very shiny. Very shiny. Very shiny. Kobo love. God, it's so shiny. It starts immediately too. Look at that! No chance for recoup, you fight immediately. I know this one. I died too many times to this. Yeah, look at that, I know how to dodge it. All good. Oh, wow, what happened? Oh, the music. I'm gonna cry. Tail? Had a feeling. Hi, Roxas. Wait, I'll read the chat after. I cannot read it now. Nice. I really want the tail though. You're doing it again? Too early. Oh god. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? I think this is dead. My stamina. Oh. I recognize this because I died to this too many times. If the dragon jumps back and the scales are shiny, they're gonna do it. The big one. Nice. You doing it again? Okay. Oh, you really like this move, don't you? Okay. Nice. I kind of want your tail though. Oh. Okay. You doing it again? Nice. Oh, I'm dead. God damn, I'm crystallized. Yeah, there's no chance. There's no chance. There's no chance. So you choose this dragon to fuck you up? Kinky, not gonna lie. It's shiny, of course. I mean, what? And back, welcome back, numbers. Pizza good, pizza good. Hopefully. I like this Dirk too. I told you there's so many good looking dragons in this game. Like after HR5, I feel like. So many good ones. There's also a lot more that I haven't seen yet. And if I remember very correctly, in G rank there's a lot more. So much. I'm gonna eat one of these. Has Tyrion already called dibs on this one too? Can I call dibs on all the hot dragons? I call dibs on the hot dragon. Never thought you'd like it rough. What the fuck? What do you mean? Tail. What are you doing? Uh-oh. No, I'm dead. Oh wait, you didn't do it. Shit, okay. You're doing it again? Yeah, you are. There. Oh, you really want to kill me, don't you? It's okay. I mean, no. That's good. No! Ooh. Okay. I swear, like, games like this always makes me make the weird noises. Oh, again? The music's too good, can I just say that? I rolled it, let's go. Nice. Heartbreak. The big one. And my dodges are so clean. Oh, he's doing it again. Nice. Clean. Tira, you can't call dibs on every. You can't dibs on every big hot dirt. But I can. I wanna though. I love them. I love them. I want them. Oh, you're doing it. What are you doing? Oh, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. There's no way. Oh my god! And I'm dead. Fuck. Yeah, that's what the big boy does. It makes your screen go blind and you die. It's so cool. It's so cool. Fuck, the dragons are so good. Alright, last chance. I love how last Sunday I was struggling and suffering against those dogs and shit that's not even remotely as cool. And then now I'm looking at dragons and getting bodied by them. It's like, yeah, why not? And you do too? That's a problem because I want them. I want them. Oh, what are you doing? Oh! Nice. There's a flinch that saved my life. Oh! Oh, I'm dead. No. Okay, okay. Very nice, very nice. I recognize this. No, not this time. Tail? Ah, too early. What are you doing? No! Okay. Okay, I got lucky. All good, all good, all good. Tail. Oh! Not taking risk. I. We good, we good. Clean. Uh-oh. Nice. I have my Hadouken. Tail? Hadouken? Yeah. Tail? I'm dead. No! Oh my god. I can't believe I survived that shit. It's so devious, there's two different kinds. It's not a mix though, you have to react to it. Too early. Oh, lucky. Tail? Yeah, it seems like always after a run, they would do a tail. Oh my god, there's no fucking way. That is hard as fuck. I got a topaz. I fucking love this game so much, I really do. It's too good. The amount of hot dragons that exist in this game is insane. And I feel like not even 5% of the dragons that is presented in this game appears in the newer games. There's none. It's only Frontier exclusive. So many of them. Out for delivery? And one of my packages gonna come. Whoa. Oh my god, the reward is minimal. Minimal reward? That's sad. So I only fought those two and also once Lao San Long. So let me look at the other ones. I was honestly going to make some Guanzhou Rumu armor and or Garuba armor. But maybe not when I'm streaming. When I'm streaming, I do kind of want to make progress. So let's do some required quests here. Goruka Nosu, Aruka Nosu. Have I fought them before? No, right? Is it like guaranteed hardcore, this one? Sure. There's like a random HC in the at the bottom. Alright, here we go. Never seen this one before. I'm excited. Oh, she's down there, okay. Oh my god, there's two of them at the same time? This is gonna be bad. And possibly, I don't know if it's a Dirk or not. Cannot tell from the icon only. The icon is like a question mark, and there's two of them. Oh no, why? This is the worst nightmare, what the fuck? This is the worst thing ever. Why? Why is it two of these worst thing? Why? No. This is all kinds of bad. Only Lava Self I think is in World. This is like the different, yeah, something similar. This is Lava Self, but I don't know what 八种 it is in English. It's like a same species but different. Oh no. It's like a subspecies, yeah. They don't hurt as much though, thankfully. Oh, this is even worse. Oh, team up super? Damn, team up super? Okay, that's pretty cool. Team up super. They're doing it again. You don't get anything like this in World. There's no team up super, I assure you. Oh my god, the tail swipe. Oh, my headphones, no. Oh shit, wait, give me a second. There's only one side has noises. Team up super? Okay, that's gonna keep. Oh no. Oh, it's so painful. That's a lot more painful than I thought. I thought I can handle it. Release the trumpets. And by that, it's fart noises. I mean, they are similar. Hi, Shredder. I need to get rid of this. Okay, there we go. Hi, Shredder.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
We like to yip.
Yark!
We have the occasional yerk or yep. But it's all yips. This is bad. I didn't know two of them is gonna be together at the same time. Oh, I cannot see them. I can do it again. Yep, I can do it again. Probably. Here you are. I rolled into it, I'm stupid. Why is there two of them at once? Oh my god. Wait, that hit! Now we actually dodged that. What is going on? The game is a bit loud. What? This is fine. I rolled into it. Nice. I think in this kind of situation, it's best to just get rid of one first. Had a feeling. Oh. Okay, they last for 10 years. I should heal. What are you doing? I'm slowly learning, and I think the game is actually kind of loud. After like 6 for now. Okay. The other one's coming, I think. Oh my god, they're gonna do Team as Super again? Oh, one's dying. I think they're hurting each other. Oh, not like they are, but they can. I really need to get rid of one first. Are you dead? What is that? Are you dead or are you not dead? I don't think you are dead. I think you're just like tumbling. Oh, are you at like a down state? Where you need your teammate to rest you? Rest me, rest me. That's a weird interaction. It feels like they are unintentionally hurting each other. You know what I mean? It feels like their combination is all over the place. It's like they're trying to help each other, but at the same time they're unintentionally hurting each other. Other than this one is really cool, but the rest is like, oh I'm sorry, that kind of situation. It's kind of cute. Yeah, like this one, you know what I mean? Maybe it's their way of attacking, I don't know. Couldn't tell. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, that's a new one. Are they fighting each other or are they helping each other? I cannot tell. That looks like they are fighting each other. Are you down or are you dead? You are down, I think. Oh my god, that hurt. Weren't you limping just now? How much health do you have still? I went into it. See, looks like that one they're hurting each other. Looks like. Why do you keep doing this? I should aim for the head. Ow. What? Why are you like this? Wait, are you dead or are you not dead? No, you're not dead. What? I'm so confused. Are you now dead? Or is it like your perpetual... Or are you like this perpetually? Because you're close to... Do I need to kill both of them at once and not just like one of them? Because there'll be cancer. Like, my L2, my reset camera button can only target one monster at a time. I cannot change the target or anything. It's just like that. I cannot change the target. So if I press L2, it will always be the golden one. And if I need to deal with this one, I have to play like my old ways. I have to press D-pad with my thumb. I have to control D-pad and right analog stick with my right thumb. It's worth a shot, I guess. Because now it feels like they're just looping. No, I cannot L2. I'm dead. Woo! You see what I mean? That's what gold keeps doing. The same thing. It feels like gold is already dead, but because I need to kill both of them at once, that's why gold is perpetually in that state. See? No one touched him. Or Bong touched him for like once. And it's doing that again. So like I think it's reasonable for me to believe that gold is already dead. Because not even Team Us Super they cannot do it anymore. Right? I think it's reasonable. It has to be. Yep. When they do that, I can debonk because bonk is targeting at the gold one, so I think it's okay for me to just keep hitting that. The slightest tap, yeah, gold is dead. I need to kill them both at once. Even like the slightest tap is enough to cause that. That doesn't make sense, right? Oh no. I cannot attack. Anything again? I love it when I cannot target the monster. So it has to be a gimmick then. Oh wow, that hurt. Oh, that's just coming my way, huh? Oh, the gold one suddenly can move again. Maybe? It has to be like a gimmick. Because the gold one, from a slightest tap, it will go into like a flop state. Let me try. Are we just trying to repel them? Tofatsu, which I'm trying to kill them though. Wait, what? Huh? It's so weird. Maybe it's a mistranslation? But then again, it's the Japanese version that says Tofatsu. Let's kill, hunt. Huh? I've never been this confused. I guess we won. Hey, we'll take it. Sup, blood? Sup, blood? Silver Volganos, Golden Volganos. This one? Longsword Soul. Oh! I guess that's good. I did something. That was a hardcore quest, right? HC? Yeah, that was HC. Nearcaster, move speed fruit, guts ticket. The appropriate weapon rarity is the upper limit of the rarity of the equipped weapon that can get a bonus when doing AC quest with the equipped SR. The upper limit of the rarity grows with the HR, so keep that in mind if you want the bonus. With equipment within the appropriate weapon rarity, you will receive more Zenny and GCP than usual. I never checked that one. You can check the information on the results screen when the quest is completed. Many HP weapons have high performance even if their rarity is low, so keep that in mind. Oh, hardcore weapons is good? I guess. Alright, that was weird. Let's go for the next one. That was weird. This one. Torriclis. Looks like a dragon to me. And Thunderous Bird Wyvern. Oh, okay. So HC weapons, albeit low rarity, can be high performance as well. Making an HC weapon is good, I guess, in general. Oh, I drank the wrong thing. God, I cannot wait to get to G rank. I really cannot. I want to spam this game. I want to play this game even off stream. I want to have more time for myself to just play this game. I want to get to G rank. Ooh, that looks good. Whoa, the face is scary though. Uh-oh. That doesn't look good. I want to see what you do. Okay, that doesn't hurt at all. Holy shit. I spoke too soon. That's me. No, wait, you really don't hurt at all. Like, you don't hurt as much as the others. I can tank 2 hit and it's only at 50%? But you don't stop though. You are very fast. Okay, triple. Your face looks uncanny though. Are you like a bat dragon? A BAT. BAT. Oh, that's cool. Oh no, the pet. You know what? This is utmost priority. I need to change it. The boop. I'll put it a little bit more than that. There we go. Okay. Done. Utmost priority. Very important. Hi, Torisasas. Oh! Uh-oh. Yo, you can hit everywhere? You are one annoying bug. Oh no, you can hit everywhere. Okay, you are one annoying fuck. No matter how far I get, I'll still get hit. So that's what flush looks like. Okay. Flush. At least that roll looks universal. No, oh my god. That tail looks very enticing though. I need that tail. A move like that has no recovery? Oh no. You are serious? A move like that has no recovery? My sharpness still at blue. Yeah, I didn't even get to hit him as much. This is bad. There's no punishment involved in this monster. Everything it does has no recovery frame, so... I forgot. Oh, that's earlier than usual. We take those. Look at that, no recovery. Only for a little bit. This one? Okay, this one is big recovery. That's fair. Tail. Big recovery. Okay, at least some of the moves have recovery. That I can get some hits in. If I dodge it right. This one having no recovery scares me. Yeah. Yeah, one lightning monster, right? Can handle paralysis. Okay, big Nova, big recovery. Did your horn break? Your horn broke, okay. No swipe. Oh. It's physical hit to net, okay. Troll. Didn't expect that. Charging. Okay, disrespect that. So it's no recovery. I have to learn so much against this one. I had to learn it quick too because all the moves has no recovery. Well, not all, most. I see a wyvern. Yeah? Eat bird wyvern. Tail. I don't understand that one. Looks like it's flying up. Charge. Oh, wow, first topple. It's so rare to see monster topple in this game, honestly. Super rare. I can't believe I rolled the first one. What the fuck? Right? Shit. Nice. We got the tail. Feels like it's getting weak. Run. Oh. It's based on screen and not character facing direction? That's interesting. Yay. Oh. Actually unlucky for the monster. It's such a rare case to see an unlucky monster. Okay, once you learn the attack pattern, this one is not that bad. It's pretty okay, it's pretty okay. A bit annoying on this, a bit annoying on this side, but this one is like the easiest by far. Once I learn about the pattern, yeah, it's a lot easier. At least it doesn't hurt. Like, every hit doesn't cost 50 to 60% health, then it's pretty good. EP? EP? It's so rare to see a dragon EP in this game as well. It's so rare. EP Dragon. EP Dragon. Yeah, like... Wasn't there like a post screenshot thing? Screenshot function on. A new image there each time so that not only the latest can be posted. What? Wait, how? No screenshots taken. I don't know how that works. Okay, here we go. I think in the old game, when monsters fall asleep, they will actually heal. I think in the newer title, they don't heal. They just go to sleep, letting you know that they're weak. But in the old games, they will heal, which is very cute. Not gonna lie, and it makes sense too. It's resting. Physical hit. Okay. Yeah, no recovery. Oh, do I just have good resistance against thunder? Didn't say. There we go. A little hard to hit, but this one is like by far the easiest one. What do you mean I cannot carve anything off? Excuse me? Did I just waste one card? Okay, no, I still get 3 cards. What was the first one? What prompted that? Oh. The weather is too nice these days. Oh, nice. It has been raining a lot lately. A lot of rain. I like rain. Oh. 2 of them. I think that's like the first ever urgent quest monster, Abiorugu. Oh, nice. two of them at the same time. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, one ran away. Now would be the prime opportunity. It's like a mini pickle. Mini pickle. Looks like they don't hurt as well. I think before I eat my own words. Oh my god, that's cool. Yeah, kind of weird movement. I don't remember you moving like that the first time we meet. That's cool. That's cool. Whoa! Whoa, they're all guaranteed! Fuck, I have eaten my own words. That is cool, that is cool. What a sequence of attacks, holy shit. What are you doing? Oh, there's two of them now. I actually don't even know which one is the one that I've been attacking. But game tells me it's this one, so it's this one. They really like to stick together. Like, really stick together. Did you just miss? Who hit me? Oh, range. That is actually phantom range. Damn. I don't trust that. That one has too much phantom range. Good God. Yeah, this is the... When two of them never stops, I don't know when I can attack. Maybe if I put meat here? Would they come here? Let's give it a bit of time. This is a good hiding place, right? I think. No, it looks like they don't care about the meat, and they will always be together. Please aim at them, camera. Tremor. That far? What are you doing? We cannot both aim at the same one. Because that would happen. That will happen. Which tremor I have to delay a little bit. Okay, that's a one shot. Alright, okay. Oh, wait, am I out of max potion? Wait, how am I out of max potion? How the fuck am I out of max potion? There's no way I'm surviving this one. Do they eat it? Can you handle the urge to eat? Oh, really? Damn, he really devoured that meat. Holy shit. Oh, I rolled a little bit too late, I guess. Oh no! Wait, it's garbage. Did they eat all the meat? No, only one get eaten. It's so bad that they're always together. That's guaranteed because of one shout and one hit? Cool. Oh, I'm not out of max potion because I have no space. Fuck. Wish Tremor have to delay it. Okay. I rolled into it. Because they keep covering each other and that's like the toughest part. Oh, I'm dead again. Combo? Yeah. It sure feels like shit when there's no counterplay to it other than to accept death. Okay. Sonic Bomb? Okay. Last chance. They're both running away. At least one's dying. Okay, there's still a chance for you to win this one. So long as they don't do bullshit moves. Are you the one that's dying? Yeah, you are. Okay. Okay, now if we play this carefully, we can still win. It's fine. Now if there's only one, I'm pretty sure I can just dodge all of them. Well, not all of them, but I wouldn't die from bullshit anymore. Too early. One shot? They're trying to one shot me, looks like. Uh-oh. Not too painful. Another one. Had a feeling. And then the big boy. That's a combo. 3 hit. It's fair amount of recovery, that one. Maybe actually that recovery was a tad bit too long, I feel like. I mean, sure, it's a huge hit, they can one-shot everyone, but maybe a little bit too long. That one-shot is quite obvious as well. This? Are you eating it? Oh my god, really? Are you gonna sleep then? Yeah, you do. Sonic Bomb here will wake it up, right? Would it cause any new reaction? Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot. I'm dead. GG. I forgot about the 3 hits. That's on me. That's on me. Unfortunate. Didn't see that coming. Yeah, the one that we got is very small. It's a mini-sized dragon. Maybe you should play sword and shield for a little bit. It's easier. Who are you? I don't... Something about food? An item combines an item into something good, she says? Something like that? I'm just gonna say yes. Okay. Nutrients, okay. I got free nutrient. Yeah. Milk. Hi, Ixen. Dragon milk full of nutrients? True. Cannot say no to that. I hope you're doing good, Ixen. Dragon. Dragon. Alright, let me try again. Dragon nip full of nutrients. I would say it's full of calcium. Been lurking behind the gift nutrition. And don't be sorry. What do you mean? Lurk is good. Thank you for the lurk. I do appreciate the nutrition too. Nutrition. I think if I give one to eat, if I get one to eat the thing, eat the drug meat, one will fall asleep, albeit not that long, but it will help, I feel like. Oh yeah, I do hope Ixen is doing good. It's like Kobo isn't aware the entire console dragon that always watch your streams. The entire console dragon? So... Like... There's a lot of dragons looking at Kobo. Wait, where did I go? Since when they changed place so fast? Oh wait, no. Waste Kobo cutie. Wow. Here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, without map is so weird. And speaking of lurking, I'll always lurk at channels too. And I know I mentioned this a lot of times as well, but I don't always talk. It will probably just me talking like 1, 2, 3 sentences, and then I will lurk all the time. Sometimes I'll just sit at my computer and just like looking at the stream, and that's about it. I don't do much, I really don't. I just enjoy... I just sort of enjoy someone else's sound and presence. So I'm usually very quiet. Yes, eat that. Oh, oh my god, someone... My package is here! Okay, give me a second. I know I'm probably gonna die, but it's okay. My package is here. I'll be right back real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to run off for a little bit. Okay. Okay. I need to catch my breath. Oh my god. Alright, let's get back. Oh. Welsh. Hello. Welcome. Thanks for the milk. Nutrition. Okay, doing good. Oh my god, I'm so tired. This is ridiculous. I just ran for a little bit. Uh-oh. And now I feel the stomach ache, really. This is like when the cold brew hits. Oh my god, it's never ending. What am I doing? I'm okay though. Uh-oh. Ah, guaranteed. Take it slow, take it slow. Oh, sorry, I hope you're doing good, Welsh. Sorry, I had to run off for a little bit. Someone's package arrived and I have to go get it. Oh, even that far? Shit. Oh, try man. Oh no. I mean, oh no, as in 2 monsters are here and also my stomach is acting up. It's ridiculous. To be fair, I did drink a big cup of cold coffee this morning, so maybe that's why. Hey. Maybe after this quest I should take a small break. Well, break as in, you know. Guaranteed because they keep shouting. Oh no! Stop shouting! This is so bad! This is ridiculous. Oh no! I had a feeling. That's three failed mix potion. Okay. 3 failed max potion, okay. I guess they only sometimes eat the meat when I put down. Only sometimes, they don't eat it all the time. There's no way! I was constantly dodging already and I still got hit by a sequence of attacks that's undodgeable. Wait, the other one? Oh my god, I got so lucky. That was pure luck. One is almost dead. According to my partner. Oh, cannot see it. I cannot see it. At least sword and shield is a lot easier to manage because I get more chance to dodge. Oh, I'm dead. Oh no, was it 60%? Oh my god, I got so lucky. Okay, why 60%? And I'm out of X potion already. Why can't I not aim at the dragon? I can eat this? Mmm, delicious meat. Oh, they don't sleep anymore. Shit. They got the antibody. They already got the antibody. Oh, fuck. 360. Another 360 it looks like. Big tail. Whoa, that hurt? Okay, this is death. Cool beans, guaranteed. We love a shout that lasts for 10 years. Having two of them to deal with is kind of hard. Whoa. I got a spin boop. Hi, Bracky. Spin boop. God, I love that emote. It's always so adorable looking at that beak tongue. How is Bracky doing? I'm still trying to catch my breath. Just now I have to run off for a little bit. The package arrived and then I have to go down because no one's at home other than me. So it's like, yeah. I had to run. They're moving constantly. That hit. Oh, we somehow got them separated. Nice. Need to treasure this. Oh. I blocked though. I blocked though. That's a rob. I blocked. I was holding R2. If I have a thing that can show what button am I pressing, I press R2. I was blocking. How did I even die over there? That's really bad. That's a daylight robbery right now. I blocked though. Because I know at that distance they will surely charge in. Like even a sea sponge can see that, but still I'm out of mix potion, really? Wait, am I really out of mix potions? Huh. I am out of explosion. Well, I'm gonna get one shot now. Okay, cannot say I didn't try though. I should wait for them. It looks like they're gonna separate, but let's wait it out. Oh, lost track of the other one. Nope, they're both together. They're both very close together. Nope, they're moving again. Still very close together. Honestly, with this amount of health, because I'm out of max potion, going in there will be just a dumb thing to do. Like, it's 95% death. Oh. Wait, aggro. There we go. Okay, we somehow got them separated. He almost dead. He's running away. This is bad. Need to kill them fast. Yeah, look at me. Yeah. Okay. This feels like deja vu. This feels like what happened just now. It's okay. I will not get hit by the one shot again. I think. I hope. Maybe. Probably. Hopefully. Honestly, if I get hit by the one shot, it's just on me. Because I didn't look at it. Hope the Kobo is doing good. I'm doing pretty okay. I think I'm doing very okay actually. Well, not really. You know what? A little bit. I don't know. I have mixed feelings because this morning I went to a local eatery and it has like a really big, like, I went there again. I sent the picture to Discord, I think. Here, let me find the picture. I had like a really big amount of coffee. Like a really big cup. This one. So this is what I had yesterday, and today I went to the same place. This one. It's like super big. Like, it's like super big. I finished this one this morning, and now my stomach feels weird. It's like when the cold brew hits, it hits hard. But I was so happy though, because that coffee honestly tastes really good. That's why I go there sometimes as well. I did go to the same place back then, about last year. But they don't have this kind of cup before. This is like a new addition to their place. And I was like, what's this super jumbo? And it's like, oh, it's like super big cup. It's like, hit me. Give it to me. It's like, sure, alright. I'll get you one yesterday. And then yesterday I got that. I was like, yeah, I want to drink it again today. That coffee is good, but now my stomach hurts a little bit. Oh, no, wait. don't charge. I swear to fucking god, you will always charge at that distance. Charge? Yeah. Charge? I called it too. You can even charge at a short distance? Here, eat this if you want. Here's a wide selection of food, which is definitely not poisoned. I am leaving today until Sunday, like a break, a vacation or something. Hopefully it's a fun one. Oh, Shy, wait. Thank you, Shy. Let me let me deal with this dragon real quick. I'm gonna focus because oh, I'm dead. I cannot die again and out of max potion. Oh, you didn't hit me this time. Oh, camera's bad. Hi Raiders, welcome in, Shine. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Salty wolf. Hey, there's that beautiful Kobo. Wow! I'll take it, thank you. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. Okay. Charge. I was still on the ground. Big boy. Okay. How you doing? I need to lock in real quick because because holy shit, I cannot die again. I killed one. There's one left. Oh, I'm dead. Yep, GG. 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 That's the one shot. Galateness, this is Abiorugu. A lot of Frontier only has like a lot of Frontier exclusive dragons are here. Also, what were you doing? What were you playing? Oh, Monster Hunter? Nice. Hey, I'm playing Monster Hunter too. It's Monster Hunter Frontier. Thanks for the raid again. Hopefully Rise is fun. I personally think Rise is pretty fun for like de-stressing. Hopefully you had fun. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Hiora. I'm Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games. I love dragons. Please give me dragons, and I do art every Monday. Welcome. I've been enjoying it. Nice. Monster Hunter is great.
Emotional damage.
I nerfed that one. It used to be 2 now. You know what? I don't like this quest. Let's do 4P. I died too many times to this one. I'm done. I died too many times to the one shot. And dealing with 2 of them at once is kind of annoying. I exist to cause chaos. As a kobold, I approve. I must stay in as a lurk and perhaps watch more soon, but promise to have Nova spouse. Oh! With our mystery can challenge. 6 cans with no labels we open tonight and have to cook with. Oh! But if you don't know the ingredients, isn't it kind of dangerous to cook it on its own? but still, don't let me keep you. Yeah, go help, go help. Thanks for the raid, appreciate. Good luck with the thing. Good luck with the mystery can thing. Thanks for the raid again. Big appreciate. We basically have to identify what each can is and come up with a plan on how to use them. Man, coming up with recipes on the spot? That's difficult. That's really hard. But still, good luck and have fun. Definitely have fun. It feels like they roam around a lot. Are they just saying that? I feel like if I go there, they might just go to number 5, but just go there, it's fine. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do tonight. Mystery Ken. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. Yep, and they ran away. Oh, Monster Hunter stuff. Is there only one of you? Nope, okay, I was wrong. Why am I targeting that one? Oh, okay, I cannot change target. Sure. I can do it. Are you eating it? Like, no, you're not. Okay. I cannot see. Oh. Oh, hi, oh. Moly. Hi, cheesecake. It's a one shot. And that went a lot further than I thought. Fun. I don't see a chance to attack, oh my god. And then, that's a guaranteed hit. No, they missed it. No. You're stopping here to say hi before eat. Oh. Hello. I hope cheesecake is doing good. And when you go eat, I do hope you have a good eating. Oh, cannot. Roll that. Hyperspace tackle. Ooh. We just found another one shot. It's not the 360 spin anymore, it's just a uppercut tail. It's the one shot. Oh my god. It's not really a chance to just hit them. It's not even the case of me being greedy, it's more like every hit going in is a risk because the other one could just attack me out of nowhere. And now I cannot target them. Of course. Need to kill one as soon as possible. I have to look at cool dragons, not you. You were cool, but now you're not because you have too many bullshit one shot. Not even Guanto Rumu has that. That's a hit, okay. I love how all of us is sword and shield. They're running away. Shit. That's a hit. Ooh, yep. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I cannot meet the mic in time. That's a hit, okay. I cannot target the monster suddenly, okay. Oh, now I can. That's weird. I really don't want to fight there. They are both too close together. And also they are fighting at the loading screen where I cannot go there. It's a hit. Oh, 360. I'm dead. Even if I snap out of it, that doesn't work. Oh, is this that? That's a hit. Charge. Challenge? No? They spared me. I almost died from that. You're not limping yet. Shit. There we go, now you're limping. It's going pretty well. The difference between three players and 4 players is such a huge difference. Let's not jinx that, no. What hit me? I can't even see what hit me. you like that? Oh, that is the worst possible moment. I want to carve it. I need to carve it. Hey, don't mind me. But charge. 360? No 360, okay. I need to carve that. Nice. Okay, that's all. Oh. Instant tremor? That's a different one. I really don't want to fight at the loading screen. There we go. This is fine. This is not fine. Oh, lingering. No recovery. This is dead. I cannot dodge this. I can? Okay, lucky. We take those. Charge. Running away? This is fine. Mew Mew? Wow. Hi, Speedy Cat. You're welcome. How are you doing? I'm just trying to get through this quest after dying so many times to it. I rolled the wrong direction. That might as well just be a one-shot. charge. Pop toss. Time to break the Kobo. Wait. What? Huh? Why break the Kobo? I ain't do nothing wrong. There we go. Oh my god. This one is tough. This one's really tough. Four. Holy shit. Seems like I'm a little bit more EP than usual today. Just a little bit more EP than usual. Right, next one. Gasura? Gasura Bazura. The changing anger wyvern. Okay. 1,000. This one should be really hard. I'm bringing 4 players. I'm gonna make it easier. It's a new map. I've never seen this one before. Don't even see it. It's underground? Is there only one map? No, that's more. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, they're just wailing on this thing. There's so many maps in this game. Is that a monster? It has to be. Ooh. Ooh. Uh-oh. Huh. Oh, maybe it's this thing. Another quicksand. Oh. Oh shit, oh my god, okay. Another brute wyvern. Spirit bomb? Damn, that's cool. Another spirit bomb? How far do you go? Not that far, okay. I'm so glad I'm immune to poison. Had a feeling. Damn, the music though. God damn, holy shit. Oh no. What? Do you just transform? Shit. Damn, this is a cool one. Oh, wow. Are we bullying this thing? Probably. We're absolutely bullying this thing. Somehow. I forgot to sharpen. Eh? Probably a cat? What? Suddenly? Thank you, cat. Probably a cat, but I cannot be sure if they're a cat though. What? Oh, spin. Whoa. That was the speed. I cannot see how much though. I have to go here. Give me a second. I hope my PC doesn't die from this. What? Thank you, probably a cat. I think I can check it here. There we go. Huh. It was only you cannot say it's only 100. It's not only 100. 100 is a lot. Holy shit. I mean, damn. Oh my god. What can I say other than thank you? Shit. Oh yeah. Also, another thing is that I've been doing the. I did say this, but I haven't posted it anywhere yet. But I've been doing the coffee donation thing. Like if you donate in coffee, and then you can send me a reference of your character so that I can do a bit of a black for your character. But still huge chicken. Thank you for the 100 though. If I spin that one. But yeah, you can DM me. I mean, if you have your own character, or if you want a character to do the blip, I can show you the example afterwards. After I'm done with this, real quick. To be fair, I won't. I was doing something else. Oh, is that what you mean by the time to break the cobalt? I can't believe it. And cobalt's been broken. It's the transformation again. No. Oh, really? Oh no. It's potion, it's not even a mega potion. Okay. Yeah, I just dodged that. we take those. And then with all the Apsaros trying to do all the the sabotage. Oh yeah, hi again, Evie. That was weird, I can't see anything. Oh, I broke the tail. I see a little scar. Seriously? No? No. Oh. It's a cute attack. Seems like this monster is like the... Yeah, see? It's like the easiest to tumble by far. The other monster don't even tumble as much. That's weird. Almost got you, baby. Hippie? I mean, I didn't even get any grabs. Just attack, it's fine. Is that bow? That sounds insane. This is surprisingly easy. It tumbles so much, it's weird. We take those, we take those. No deaths, no deaths. Alright, let me find it. I mean, it's not much, but it is a sketch that I give to coffee donators. It's like a show of appreciation. It's better than just like nothing. Let me find it. I have a few here. Something like this. The Blabster catches. You have the experimental one, and then you know, E.T. E.T., me, Bracky. My sister just wants me to draw a corgi. Ixon. We have Legs, Merc, Nexus, Tikaka, or Torku. Yeah, these are the Blab sketches I give to like coffee donators. So if you want, you can always like DM me on Discord or ref or something else. It works. Yeah. I mean, if you're still here, that is.
Yep.
Yep. That did caught me off guard a lot. Not gonna lie. Yep. Oh wait, I'm not even done with this one. Karu Sepusu. Oh, 2 of them. Oh god. Okay, let's do this one. Kawaru Sepusu. I think those are the crystal monsters. The crystal dragon. Lots of brute wyvern here on HR6. I'm familiar with this map, so I don't think I need to bring it. It's two of them together again. I don't think they will separate themselves. I don't think they will. Oh boy. That far? A hype beam? God damn. What is it doing? What are they doing? I'm curious. I wanna look at what they're doing. Full screen flash? Oh, that's it. Oh, it's just like a full screen flash, and they both charge for like 10 years. Oh. That's for them. Maybe it does like a lot of damage if I'm close to them. It hurt though. What? Love the hype beam. That's a cute attack. Why have I never seen that before? Yep. Oh, that's the one that I'm aiming at. Ooh, that's a one shot. What's that hype beam? me see what they do on here. Because it's a full screen flash. Maybe it's a one shot here. It is, okay. It is a one shot plus stun. Damn! Okay, don't fuck with that, don't fuck with that. It's a one shot plus stun. It wants you dead. It knows that Guts can tank that. Oh. Yeah, that's me right there. No chance, no chance. That doesn't trigger. I ran away after I put down the bomb. Just old Monster Hunter shenanigans. You put something that will be bad for them, they'll immediately run away. Bombs, traps. That's why I feel like I don't even want to bring traps anymore. And eventually I just stop bringing them because they will do everything they can to avoid getting captured. Loading screen? I'm not gonna go there. I guess not. It's a really long charge. It didn't even go for that long just now, right? Lamau. Absolute cancer, these two. Really? Yep. Unseen light beam that one-shots me. I still have Blue Mushroom. What? I still have my Dragon Toadstool. Why can't I not make my my Max Potion? You could make it even if I was making garbage though. And now you decide not to do it? Seriously? Okay. Now you allow me to make it. Alright, last chance. None of them died yet. Still have low heals, but don't really have a chance to use them. It's usually one shot or done and die. And I don't get the chance to retaliate as much because they keep digging underground. Oh no, that's cancer. The move has no recovery. Fair enough, we're all here. I'll wait for them. Again. Are you dead? No, you're not. Okay. I think I'm dead here. I'm just gonna heal. Yeah. No chance. I could roll away. Nah. I can't see shit. When I'm in the middle of two monsters, I press D-pad, they will keep centering to the center. So I give up over there. It's useless. Because I cannot change the camera, I cannot see what's going on. I'm not even gonna try. Let's try again. It's something about the old Monster Hunter where they always fuck up the camera. The camera is your own camera is an enemy as well. Like, swear to God, the camera kills you. Camera kills me more than anything. It's so sad, really. So high beam one shot. A lot of weird janky tail movement is in attack. That is untelegraphed and shit, and I cannot tell. It's a bit of a problem. I don't need to bring cold drinks. The bomb, I'm not too sure what the use of the bomb is, but okay. 5? 5, okay. I'm getting killed by camera. I cannot hit the bomb as well because I will die. Believe it or not, the bomb in this game damages you more than the monster. If you were to like just hit the bomb and explode. The bomb does like half your health, I think. What hit me? See, sometimes I can't even tell what hit me. It's that funny. Couldn't roll. Delayed it too much. Not enough time. I'm dead. Oh, it's not far enough. Oh, they keep doing that. Whenever I get the chance to hit them, they just do that. Oh. Do it again? Bye-bye. Oh, wow. Do it again, yeah. When you know I cannot target the other monster, you do it again. It's good strategy, what can I say? Annoying one, but... And then digs to the ground again. The left one. No, charge in. I think I can do one full hit first. And then get ready. Are you getting pushed or are you just sliding around? I think you're getting pushed. Yeah, you're getting pushed. take this chance to heal. They both did the same thing. Oh, but of course! No sound. No sound laser. We love that. Now I'm dead. Nope. Okay. I'm dead. Okay, I saw that. Oh, this is painful. Anyway, I found a contender that is more annoying than the two dogs. Hmm? Oh, hi Lupo. Hello. Welcome. I just want to get to the cool looking dragons, not these things. Oh, they're doing it again? No, it's laser. Keep it short. This time you can keep it simple. Why are you taking that long? That's a pretty long charge. Hope you're doing good, Lupo. Oh, what hit me? This might be dead. Yep, right, I know, I'm dead, I know, yeah. Crouching again. Where's the other one? Let's see. There must be like an optimal way to punish that, but this is only my second encounter of this monster. I'll figure it out afterwards. Oh, cool. Didn't even see that. What is that? Oh! Oh, you have your own! Another laser. Unseen laser, we love that. Oh, they're bringing all the bullshit now. Oh man. Ran away? Yeah, okay. Bringing in all the bullshit now. Maximum? Okay. This is like Basarios over again. Okay, one last mixed potion. Oh, so if I die the second time, I don't have max potion? I forgot to keep track. Oh, love tab, okay. Oh, it's that one. This is that. Why are we spamming hyperspace tackle now? Fair. Hi Roland. The way they dig into ground so fabulous? True. It is fabulous, but I fucking hate them right now. It is 200 times annoying to deal with them. Also with the dogs as well. Fuck. One digs, one attacks. I thought I died. So they have tail laser as well. Is it gonna explode when I wake up? Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Wow. And now I cannot heal because they are both at the ground. Laser? I thought having a straight laser that one shot is already ridiculous, and then you have like a sweeping laser. That's all of my honey, day herb, blue mushroom. Oh, fuck me. Wait, is that one dead? Oh, fuck, it is dead. Okay, good. They look like a swarm dragon in Monster Hunter Rise. Swarm dragon? I'm not too sure which swarm you're talking about. But it is like a Leviathan attack pattern. It is Leviathan. Think Sponge, Mizu, those monsters, yeah, Leviathans. Okay, one of them left. It should be easier to deal with now. I can still die 2 more times? I haven't fainted yet. 1 max potion, 5 herbs, 3 mega potion, 9 potions. No more materials to make max potions and everything. That's all I have. I should just go farm Guanzhou Rumo. At least getting destroyed by Guanzhou, it doesn't feel that bad. It's a fucking hot dragon. This one is just crystal. Can I block this? Sure can. Head. Head still hits. Oh yeah, Rollins, have you been playing Rodwood? The game you told me to buy? I haven't bought the game yet. Finish the game already. What the fuck? Wait, there's an end to the game? I thought it's like a constant roguelike like Gunfire Reborn. Like, you could never finish the game, there will always be something new. Oh. It's too close. There we go. Oh my god. Okay. Collected all the things, just waiting for new content now? Do they have like a... I know there's like a wolf character you can make. Is there like a close to reptilian? Like dragons? Lizard? Character that you can make? Nope. Fuck! I don't know if I want to buy the game! No... You're a lizard? I mean, I am, but a rotwood doesn't. Oh, that's sad. Double Kaoru proof. That's a proof. Goddamn. Oh. Okay, I see you. One gem, alright. One gem. Only Fluffy cat dog like. It's so unfortunate. The more games need to have like lizard characters. I'm pretty sure there are more games out there that has like cat and dog characters. Varusaburosu. Alright, we're doing them one by one. And despite everything, despite me getting anger against Kwarusepusu and Albiorugu, it's like the two monsters together is always so annoying to deal with. Oh, there's no supply box, okay. Off we go. I'm dying, what the fuck? Whee! That's a Diablos in the house. Damn, look at that horn, what the fuck? Did that hurt you? Why are you dancing like that? Holy shit. Your head is so small! Oh my god, I'm gonna die 1000 times against this one. Oh, cool! Cool! I don't know what that attack is, but wow. Maybe I have to go to the middle? I didn't even get a chance to hit him yet. Ultra Instinct Diablos. Looks like it. I gotta hit in! Yeah, gotta do it again. Damn, that's cool. You wanna start looking at this horn? I have to, it's a horn. I love horns. I mean, look at my horn. Curved horn. We love that. Ah! Everything hurts, and everything has no recovery. Wait, Diablo against Thunder? I don't care about elements. I just have this weapon. I'm just gonna use it. I don't study elements, so I don't know what they are weak against. I just want them to die. Also, it's light. It's not thunder. I think it's only Frontier. Frontier has light blaze, something like that. Yeah. Oh, that's a first tumble. Is not a good hunter? I never was. I never am a good hunter. What do you mean? Oh, did the horns change color? Damn. No more purple though. I'm upset. I want more purple. More things need to have. More things need to have like purple color. It's another tumble. Didn't even study monster's weakness. How you gonna pass on the test? Look, I only need to know dragon element is the best, and that's it. Oh, there it is, purple. Oh, that's pink. Oh, it's this thing again. It's this bullshit again. I just need dragon element and cool fashion hunter. Eh? Werewolf? Hey yo! What do you have for sale? Thanks for the follow. Was that poison? That was poison, wasn't it? I have stats playing resistance. That's cool. I don't know all my Hunter because they got a low weapon type. I think only Frontier has like the weird elements, blaze, light, shit like that. Hello, hi, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. I'm coughing a lot less now at least. Making steady progress in this game as well. Going to HR 6, slowly getting to HR 7 now. What? Hey, SC, thank you. Yeep. The slowest yeep. I'm just gonna break the horn. If I can. Imagine Monster Hunter World Rise got that much HP and stamina. It's a goddamn fucking illusion. You don't even get that much health. You die in one shot all the time. Welcome to Frontier, where your health and everything is a lie. Yep, the Delphok is spoken. Delphok is cool. Doing good? Nice, good to know. The HP and stamina is a goddamn lie, I'm telling you. Am I dead? Uh-oh. Oh, we love that. Oh my god. I'm just gonna max potion. Aren't you immune to... Yeah, you're immune to paralysis. Well, not immune, but you can really shake it off. You tumble a lot. No, the more I play this, I feel like using right analog stick to attack is not that bad. It's not that bad. Rollers, just play this game, it's so fucking good. I mean, War and Rise is good, the other Monster Hunter is good, but play this one. The amount of monsters variety will blow your goddamn mind, it's so fucking good. I bitch about this game, I bitch about the monsters sometimes, but it's only normal when there's so many monsters that does so much bullshit. And look at that one shot, we love that. I have guts, by the way. I have guts. It will let me survive one shot. No, why? It's free! It's only 5 GB. It's so small. 5 GB of speed. I love your avatar, so cute, adorable, amazing. Wow, that's a lot of compliment at once. Oh, thank you. Ah, fuck. Now that's bullshit. No, it's like a custom private server. You need to join the Discord, download the game, register an account there, which takes like 10 seconds, and that's about it. No, it's free. Oh, at least I haven't paid anything yet. It doesn't look like I need to pay anything. I think this is like... My brother play a version of playing monthly. That's like the official version. Where it's already shut down. I also subscribed it monthly back then, once. I played the Chinese version. It's a little bit different than the Japanese version, but this one I don't think you need to pay anything for now, or hopefully ever. I mean, it is a private server because the official server is shut down in 2019, I think. Feels like you're so close to death, but you're not. Why do you tumble so much? Oh, there goes the tail. Wait, I want it. Wait. Love your hairstyle. Not too sure if I have hair, but thank you. So many compliments at once. Oh no, it's this shit again. What do I do? There's no Astra Jerky where I can recover my red portion of the health. If only I have Astra Jerky. Goddamn. Damn. Again? That far? Okay. Or is your persona? Kobo. I'm a Kobo. If you don't know what it is, consider it as like a fun-sized dragon. Okay. That was cool as fuck. Oh, this one reminds me of the Diorex. Diorex. It's a lightning charged Tigrex, where it's cool as fuck, but it's also very weak. This one is also cool as fuck. It's considerably weaker than the Koaru Seppusu. Just there's no one shot in this one. Tigrex is horrible. Well, in this game, it's totally easier than anything. Like, you play this game, and then you would think that the monsters you encounter in world that is like horrible. You play this game? It would change your 价值观 on everything, I'm telling you. Like, the amount of bullshit the monster has is insane. They have like combos and shit that will make sure that you're dead. Black Tigrex is disgusting. Is there even Black Tigrex? Are you saying Black Diablos? Oh, you mean Brute Tigrex? There's no Brute Tigrex in World, right? It's only in Rise, I think? And also in Generation Ultimate. Yeah, that one sucks. Why are you playing? This is Monster Hunter Frontier. The very old version of Monster Hunter where I used to play back then. Also one of my favorite, absolute favorite Monster Hunter out there. Very, very nice. Tigrex? A Tigrex. Tigrex. This one? Harudo Merugu. I think I've seen this one before. I think this one is called Si Yinglong. The Chinese version I used to play back then. Alright, time to die. Here, did you know Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker has a mission where Big Boss fights the Rathalos? Oh, I never know anything about Metal Gear Solid, since I never really played them at all. I want to bring back that you can play as Polyco. Yeah, it's fun. I like it. It's great. It's only in Generations though, like Generation Ultimate. I play the Switch version, I get to play as Polyco. It's great. I like it. It's hard though. But I like it. What's happening? Big Boss fights a Rathalos. Oh, there it is. There. Oh, it is. Oh, this is cool as fuck, this one. The music is really fucking good as well. Here. Oh. Oh, it's so fucking cool. I got a coon. Look at that new stun state. Only in this game, buddy. Only in this game. You kneel and you stun. That's the best thing ever. Fuck. I think this one fights using Mercury. Solo fight Mercury, I think. It's actually a silver dragon. I wonder, There's no hard word in that's the only challenge. True. But hard exists in Palico word then. In Palico's dictionary. That's the last second. That's the longest I can get. The fuck is... Yo! That's cool. I love this one. Please body me. Sorry, I'm getting out of control. Look, it's Kobo. It's just Kobo things, alright? Just Kobo things. I also love how people... When I tell people in real life, my real life friends, my furry real life friends, I tell them that, hey, did you know that I'm a kobold now? And then they immediately go like, oh, I'm sub already, yeah? I'm sub already, yeah lah. Walao, cannot I'm sub. Oh my god, that hurt. Oh, are you Teostra? There's constant damage. Oh my god, it's constant damage and it's so fast. I love you so much. I love your horns, thank you. It's my most proudest thing ever, my horns. I love them. Shit. Oh. Nice. The range on that thing? Holy shit. God, I love you so much. Stop being horny to cool dragons. I can't. You cannot stop me, bro. You cannot stop me. If that's a cool, hot-looking dragons, I call dibs. Dibs. Mine. Damn. Wind pressure. And that was snaky. Try to assume but you're not small. I am small. What do you mean? Oh, that's guts. Guts activated. Did you just wear armor? Using silver? You're right. I told you this is the best dragon ever. I'm gonna cry. It's mine. Dibs. It's mine. It's mine. Don't steal. Have you tried putting rings on your horns? On my horns? Not really. Why would I want that? I did put a tiara on my horn when I was using my maid costume back then. I like it. God damn! Have I convinced you to play this game? Oh fuck. Yeah, armor. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. That's cool as fuck. Look at that stun state. Goddamn, kneeling stun? Still prefer Xenoboy? Hey, basic. Okay, whoa. Okay, no, I didn't mean that. I'm gonna get cancelled. I'm gonna get cancelled for this shit. Stop talking to yourself in the third person. Huh? I cancel your sub? What? You didn't even sub to me and then you say that? Huh? Oh, fire! Quite done, no? Oh, cuckoo! Oh, cuckoo! Okay, maybe not. No, not the follow. Please, jangan. saya suka follow. Love your color. Thanks. Pink and purple the best. Argonians do it. Thought you'd be interested in horn rings? Horn rings? It does sound very nice. What happened? Did something happen? Not here. Everything looks good. Right? Everything looks good, right? Oh, the sun is shining directly in my face. It's 4. It's almost 5. Oh. Just change sides. Tira, Who's getting cancelled? Me, because I said that liking Xenoger is basic. Tira, from now on ban you. No! You cannot ban me from dragons. Doesn't work that way. You cannot just do it. You can't. You cannot. Nuh-uh. Dragon's still mine. I call dibs. It's mine. You cannot stop me from dragon. It's mine. Mine. Forever. Oh god, I'm dead. Oh fuck, that hurt. I'm dead. Not again. Save me, controller. That is cool as fuck, though. Oh, thanks for the pet, Princess. Where are you from? Malaysia. Malaysia. 我是潮州人. Woohoo. Armor. It's so hot though. God damn. I'm losing control. Woohoo. Damn, that was something. Ooh. Ooh. Hey. Oh my god. Ow. Oh my god, ow. The dragon loves me. It's honestly gonna be so scary in real life settings, right? It's like you're being stalked by someone, and then you're trying to be physical about it. You're kicking them away or something like that. It's like trying to chase them away, and then they think like, "Oh my god, so cute." It's like, "Oh no, oh no, monster." Yeah, it has to be so scary in real life settings. Very, very scary. But not in the fictional settings though, where I kobold. I kobold like a dragon. It's a very normal reaction. Isn't that you right now? Nuh-uh. You cannot say that it's me, it's not. I'm not. No. It's just kobold things. Hashtag just kobold things, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, it's fine. It's okay. It's not real. You keep stabbing a dragon when it tries to chase you away. Now, this is just like a kobold and dragon play fighting game, you know what I mean? Like you have two what species would do that? Play fighting. You have two dogs. Right, you have two dogs in the same place and they want to play some play fighting. They bite each other. Like, yeah. But in a playful way, they don't hurt each other. Of course they don't. And I'm not hurting them. It's not hurting me. When you hear like the fanfare, the victory fanfare happening, it's like do 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 do. It's not that the dragon is there. The dragon is like, oh, you bested me. And then Kobo just be like, yay. You know, I'm basically telling a whole story here. Wow. And then you say, oh, this is so cute, I want to kill them. Okay, that's a bit of a psychopath. That is actually so fucking scary. I didn't say, oh, it's so cute, I want to kill it. I didn't say that shit. Uh-oh, where did the dragon go? Oh, there it is. Well, oh my god, it's dragon. Not cute. It's also cute though. Cute, cool, majestic, everything in one. Look at that. Oh my god. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Spin. No, I don't want to kill it. Look, rodents, look. Rodents, hear me out. If there is a goddamn monster dater instead of a monster hunter, I will spend so much time in the game. You know what I mean? Give me a not let's say not strictly visual novel. Give me a game where I get to interact with the dragon, not to kill them, but to do certain things with them. Dating, you know? But give me a game like that. I would spend so much time on it. It's insane. I have to say though, the goddamn music is so good. I need to stop being so thirsty for now. Ooh. That's something. The piano is going ham though, it's so cool. I thought I blocked it. This? Oh my god, my health is like reaping out. Okay. Nope. There do be a Masanto vision over out there. And of course it's gay. Is there Haruto Meruto in there? Or is there... Actually, just tell me the name. I want to see what it is. Or is there any of my favorite monsters in there? Like Kotaro, Malzino, or this one? Or Garuba? Garuba is good. Guanzo Rumo is pretty good. Don't know, didn't play. Ooh. I'm surprised you didn't play it. The range of this thing. Why are you so cool? Range? Damn. The backhand slap? Oh my god. Something good? Probably the hind legs. I kinda recognize that now. Did we get it? Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, that 360. Why would I date them when I can directly bang them? Do I have a game like that? With my big heavy bowgun? No. Why? They're so cool though. Why would you bang them with your heavy bowgun? No. How about smooch? I will smooch her with my sword and shield. Alright, no more chances. I'm getting too thirsty for this one. And for good reason, this one is really hard. With all the sticky bomb arrow in their face. That's mean. You're just trying to kill the dragon. Oh, do they not have hot drinks anymore? I guess it's a limited amount. I didn't bring hot drinks of my own. I do have a bunch of rations and energy drink. Hopefully they can work. I'm cold. Black. I cannot tell if you're doing the 360 though. Oh, I can just do it immediately? Do it again? Hadouken! Hey, got him. Oh no, I'm actually dead. Goodbye world. GG. GG. Horseshoe got zero me. Oh, so sad. She getting bodied by a dragon. Oh, man, goddamn it, I'm so sad. I want more. I mean, I cannot believe it. Getting bodied by I cannot believe it. I want more. I mean, I need to do it again because I died to the dragon, and now I need to do it again. Ah, man, it's so sad. Really. Oh shit, cannot believe it. Fuck. That's not laughter. That's me being sad. That's sad Kobo noises. All right. I'm not laughing. It's not real. Alright, here we go again. Stop being yipney? I cannot. What do you mean? I'm not being horny. Oh, yipney? You just wanna get stumped again? You don't know that. you don't know that though. I know, but do you? No. I want to win against this dragon and make the armor. It's not because I want to get stumped. Oh, it's not because it's not because I want to get stumped again. No. Doesn't happen. Don't exist. Not real. Fake news. Is that? Ah, I see. There's a weak point to that. So when the dragon loses armor, hit that place, it's like a mega critical. Those red haze sparks says it all. Yaki Biki. Is that Virgil? Why do you have Virgil utility super? Why are you like that? Oh my god. Damn. It's so hard. Oh my god. Why are you so difficult? The backhand slap. Always love that. Oh, that. Damn, that's a guaranteed hit. That actually kinda suck. Oh. I went into it. I'm being a mega dumb. Do it again. So when it does that, it has like a bit of a recoup time. Oh! Oh my god, the range, goddamn! I'm just healing at full screen. What the fuck is that move? No wonder it's so hard. This is an Elder Dragon. I suspected as much. It looks like it looks like a subspecies of Kushala. So is Garuba. I don't want to fight the loading screen, fuck. Land of your eyes. Oh wow! I mean, that's a lot of compliment in a time. I don't know how I feel about that. Huh. Thank you. There we go, flinch. Another one. Big one. I rolled into it. Almost got through. Although maybe the Frontier generation Elder Dragon. Yeah. I told you Frontier is a lot of hot looking dragons. Like 100%. All of them. So many. Are you having fun? I mean, definitely. If I'm not having fun, I would definitely not be playing this game anymore. But yeah, I am. A lot. Ooh. Aw, I just transcended, you fuck. Haruno Mirugu. The best game generation Elder Dragon. I know. Wow, even from the wiki it says that? The best game? Frontier generation Harem Dojin? Damn, when did we get that one? Sounds like something I will watch. I mean, I don't know what that means. What are those words? Are those Arabic? I don't know. What are you doing? Oh, Nelly. What are you doing? You're doing it again? You know, if you look at it the other way, the things that this dragon is producing is... I'll stop. Okay, too much, okay. It's never too much when you're talking about Elder Dragons. You know, those things that it's producing looks like something else. If you look into it, it looks like a certain substance that looks quite sussy. But I don't know what it is though. Okay. Oh, okay, it doesn't go that far. Elder Dragons admire your strength and want to have offspring with you. Damn, what a compliment. I had a feeling. It's not the stun move, right? I spin that. I rolled that, not spin that. Kind of a waste, but I'm using it. I'm gonna use it, it's fine. Oh! Damn, I got slapped. I got backhand slapped by the dragon. Last time you're gonna face all the dragons, how are you gonna handle the situation? Tune in next week when we return to Frontier Generation. Elder Dragon Harem Dojin. Why are you like this? Why am I like this? Fuck. Kushala should be ashamed when you see this dragon. Why? I mean, Kushala is just as hard. Do we have ration? Did I took the ration? I did. I'm stupid. Kushala is like, go away, I just want to sleep. It's on the Espinas. Go away, I just want to sleep. Give me 5 more minutes. But Kushala is still cool though. I like Kushala. Like, Kushala is the first figurine I have. Now I have Kushala, Alatrion, Xenojiva, Malzeno, Nergi, and Balhazak. All in front of me. Happy Kobo noises. Yeah, those red spark looks like deals a lot of damage. I got hit behind! My behind got hit, I cannot believe it, wow! Ow! Ooh. Mm. Oh shit! Ooh! Shit! Ow! Imagine those hunter who play Master of the World and Rise play the old version of Master Hunter. Where the string sword, huh? Where the clutch claw? Where the wire form? Huh? Where my ulti? God, this one is way too hot. I'm dead. I'm dead though. But man, you're so... Ooh. This dragon is too cool. Who went and gave Kusha the heat aura that TL has? It's okay, it's Haruto Meruku. I'll take this dragon over... Oh! Phantom Range? Over Teostra any day. Hi Narix. Look, Narix, look! Very good dragon. Very good dragon. Look, oh my god. And then they have like a very... We've seen some new stun state now. The stun state where your hunters kneel and just like stun. It's so cool. Indeed. Oh fuck. Okay. What are you doing? Fair enough, I cannot block that. My man with the range. Why longsword no cool sling one? Where my longsword spirit helm breaker ah? Why longsword don't have foresight slash one? Hiya. Throw a Pokeball at it? No. Why capture him when you can just like persuade the dragon to go with you? Tuesday is not only about it. I'm not. Maybe I am, but I'm not. It's alright. Okay, that's Phantom Range, but it's fine. It's Haruto Meruku. Oh yeah, Roland doesn't know that I identify as trans, right? A lot of people in in the that I a lot of friends I met back in KL doesn't know. I even changed my name on Twitch, so a lot of people doesn't know. Restore your fully sharpened sword. It's a poking stick. A poking stick. It's not fully sharpened sword, it's a fully sharpened poking stick. Look, I'm just trying to poke the dragon, it's fine. This one is gonna be a huge wall. Like, the dragon is not showing any weaknesses at all. It's not flinching as much, it's not tumbling, it's not doing anything that's like showing that it's weakened. Health is still high, essentially. And poke until the tail drops? Pretty much. It will grow back, it's fine. Yeah, it's Elder. Then there's a lot of other Elders that I fought against as well. Guanzo Rumo, I just need to repel it. And Garuba is easy to fight against, honestly. Garuba is way easier than this one. This one is, to say in the most sincere way, hard as fuck. It is difficult. I'm dead. Wait, that didn't hit? Lucky. Oh, that's a part break. Another one? I did. Oh! Shit. Can I have a mixed potion? Simp? Roxas, you know I have to when I look at this one. I mean, look at it and listen to the music. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. I have to. It's the perfect beam. Oh, I'm dead. That's death. That's 200% death. What is that? Oh, it's Virgil. Oh, that's Virgil. Okay. Can't believe I didn't get hit, man. I tried to don't roll it, but I was a little bit too fast. Wait, can I? Can I do it? When you're about to die, go to the loading screen. Mm. The cheats. Wait, can I die one more time? No, I cannot. They're not... I forgot to drink Armored Skin and Demon Drug. Really? Oh. Thought I could outrun that. Hadouken! We love that. You run away after the Hadouken? Fair enough. Would they get flinched though? Probably not. Let's quickly chase them down. Bring that into the loading screen. Oh. I don't want to go in there. It's the loading screen. Fine. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, there goes all the, the silver. Harudo Merugu. Bump that number like 100 times. it's a hidden command. Not a lot of people knows about that because I don't really tell people about it. But now you know. Whenever I do something like this, you can spam that shit in chat. I don't know, just using right analog stick to attack, it feels special. Controlling camera with D-pad is cancerous though. More rewards. This is more reward. Okay, it's not bad. Ooh. What? Damn, my kitty got so many things. Nice. We beat the hot dragon. I can't go back after I done Kobo sword and shield in Must Rise. Yeah, it's a huge difference. Like, if you just talk about world, the perfect rush damage is just fucking insane. It's stupid insane. Just perfect rush. Who this? Toa Tesukatora. Oh. Eroko. It happens sometimes. Oh yeah, Vojang? It looks like a volcanic Raj. Under the Elder? Toa Tetsukatora, I have no idea. Maybe? Oh wait, I should show you the Garuba. Toa Tetsu? Toa Tetsukatora. Ice Teostra. Then it should be another Grandfather Teostra. Ooh. Okay. Time to die, I guess. It's not gonna be as hot as Haruto Merugu, no? Garuba Daora. It's pure shiny golden gem dragon. And you know, as a kobold, I love that dragon so much. It's all shiny, I have to get them. It's just old fart kush. No. It's the shiny cool kush. Looks like Ghidorah. Walao, 你看到有3个头是吗? Okay lah, the color scheme maybe, but still. Okay lah. I can kind of see the resemblance a little bit. Old fart kush. Oh. No, don't do it. Don't kill the Popo. What are you doing? I'm covering it. Why are you killing the Popo? Man, they're bloodthirsty. Oh, hey. Look at that. It's here. Hello. NPC one material. Fair enough. One head Ghidorah. Yeah. What? You don't have your own theme? That's sad. You have the basic stock theme. It's like playing Green Day splashing around. Oh my god. They don't hurt? Question mark? Do they? Ooh. Camera, fucking please, camera. Sometimes I swear to god I would destroy the camera. It sucks so hard. Help! Who the fuck dodges this? It doesn't hurt as much. Is it just me? Maybe I have good ice resistance? Imagine Masanto VR. God damn, I will play the shit out of it. And probably just like, you know, run around the monster a lot, not really trying to attack it. Thanks. I'm not dodging that shit. Another one. I can imagine licking all the dragons. Oh, Roland's such debauchery. I wouldn't stoop that low. I probably would. Oh, the debauchery! I cannot believe it. Why is this lies and slander? I recognize that. Okay, now it doesn't hurt at all. What the fuck? There's no way. You're the only one that doesn't. Huh. I should have gotten hit by that and try again. Keep tail. Keep tail. Keep. Ah, see, I learned. I learned the game. I don't always bitch about the game and not learn. I learn. Should be kneeling down and doing that. You no, Alex. No. No. Maybe no. Huh? No. Oh, you're charging something I don't like. I mean, Dio being weakest elder in Masato history. Isn't that I feel like that's Valhazak though. Or maybe that's just me. Because Valhazak feels like it's not doing anything. Other than just like shit on you. Like or not shit on you but fart on you. It's like hee hee, stink. That's pretty much it. Although some jank, yes maybe? The what? The Nalberry thing is a little bit annoying, but other than that, I feel like it's fine. It's not super strong. Then again, that could just be me. It's just how I feel about Valhazak. That one goes to Val. Oh! Looks like Narek shares the same sentiment. Yeah, this one is not as hard. Let's try going straight line, how about that? I'm going straight line to your face. Kobo. Oh my god, is the blizzard going on? Oh shit, I cannot see anything. I hate it. Oh, okay. Who's carving? Oh, it's because I have full blight resistance, so that's why I'm not having a tough time against it. That's cool. I don't find the loading screen. Nuh-uh. You got the pulse stretch one. I was like, why did I hear something weird? Oh, it's pulse stretch simping. Okay. This one, I'm not sipping as hard. This one. It's not really dragon-like, it's more lion-like. Kobo no like me. Hi. Oh. I mean, tail families are all full dogs. Oh, so they are not chimera per se. Oh, chimera should have like a snake head. Okay, no. Full dogs make sense, sort of. Hey Nexus. Hello. How is Nexus doing? They're based on full dogs. Yeah, fair enough. I can kind of see the resemblance of full dogs when I look at Teostra. Yeah. Bad idea. Never go straight line against a monster. Yeah, get that head broken. Yeah. Oh, if you don't move, you don't get hit. Oh, another tumble. Not tumble. Ow. I'm doing good. Nice. Hope you are well. I am doing pretty good. I am pretty well. I just looked at Harudo Meruku just now and I'm very happy. I might have a bit of excited Kobo noises, but I think it's pretty normal. At least it's better than some people in the community seeing Xenoker as a cat and Mango as a dog. What fuck? How did they even see that? Mango is a dog, maybe from the face? But the behavior, nothing about the behavior resembles dog. And Xenoker is cat, maybe it's because of the speed of the Xenoker, that's why? I don't know. I don't know why I'm trying to find excuse for that. Also, I'm glad you're doing good, Nexus. Are you just going in random places? What are you doing? Oh, I see. Okay. I'm lazy. It's doing it there? Okay. There's something in my leg. Nope, it's gone. Alright, gonna get it now. You Hadouken! Oh, that was cool! Hadouken! What? Twice. Twice. Oh, 90 stream streak. Oh my god, I just saw that. Oh my god, 90. 90 is a big number. Very, very big number. Gem! Oh! Gem. In 10 streams I might have a 100 stream streak, which is almost neat. I don't think it's almost neat, it's how should I put it? It's neat as fuck. That's a lot. It's 100 stream streak non-stop. Goodness, thank you, Nexus. I thought it's a gem. I thought it's a gem, it's just a paintball. Oh, I got jabaited hard. Can't believe I got jabaited so hard. Oh, thanks for the pick. The silver crown for that? Nice, we take those. What's the time? 5:50. What? It's only 5:46? I don't feel it, honestly. Sometimes I feel it, sometimes I don't. I mean, I don't feel it because of Haruto Merugu, I feel like, maybe. I might make a Haruto Merugu armor, if I can. It's probably gonna be in gold armor. I can make Guanzo Rumu? Oh. Oh. Oh, it's a bird. It's the Blood Diablos. That's a cool ass helmet though. Oh, there it is, Haruto Merugu. Eh, that's pretty basic. I might just make this helmet. Get a plus 10. Weapon handling plus 3. Combat soup. Combat soup. Oh, high speed gathering? I need it for Fatalis. I think you get like 9 cards for Fatalis in the old games, like this one. Oh, he just gives one high-speed gathering. I kinda want it. Elder Dragon Gem from only for Ruko Diora? Only from Ruko Diora. That's weird. Oh my god, I'm just gonna make Guanzo Rumu armor. Or should I just make a Guanzo Rumu weapon first? I have 5. Oh, that's a cool weapon. Oh, dude.
Let's fucking go. Oh, 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 oh,
Oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh,
go dro pet but go dro pet but go dro pet.
Bit. Thank you, like 17 months. Oh my god. Thank you. Also, welcome in, Lex. I hope you are doing good. How is Lex? Oh. Yeah, hey, yo, this one looks really good. I mean, I can never see the entirety of it, but oh, yeah, I'm making it. Yes. Ah. And EP, even though I just had a bunch of sleep somehow. Oh, I feel that a lot of time too. It's very weird. Imperial Assault Katana. Oh. Oh, no way. Oh, what? Really? Hardcore found in HR 5-6 obtained from Azerothos. Only in hardcore. Oh, fine. I cannot buy it. I cannot believe it. Yo, look at this weapon. Have you been finding many hot dragons and monsters? I have. A lot. Especially one of them. Harudo Meruku. The armor set doesn't look that good though. Here, let me double check. Maybe I can make a different head? Different helmet? Because the helmet doesn't look that good. This one. This is the Harudo helmet. I might just make this one. Varo Saburosu. Mint. Oh. Whoa. 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 Oh, this is pretty basic. Pretty basic. Oh, I love this. Oh my god. Haruto flow gem? I need the gem. Well, I'm gonna farm it anyway. If I have time tonight, after badminton, I'll farm a little bit. I'm pretty sure I will not be able to make all the Elder Dragon gems here because apparently Elder Dragon gem cannot be bought and I can only get it from Ruko Diora somehow. That's weird. I can buy this. 200 points. That's actually kind of that's actually very cheap for a gem. I have new weapon and I think I have to stop here for today. I need to go badminton tonight. Yeah, this badminton tonight. I'm gonna stop. I'll stop here for now. Tomorrow I'll play more of these, 100%. Hmm? For? Gendrum? What even is this coin for? Okay, wait it. I'm gonna exit. Gudminton? Gudminton is good. I like Gudminton. Mm. 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 I wanna become big cobalt. Where's my PC dying? Help? Oh, there we go. There we not go. Uh-oh. OBS is surprisingly fine though. Okay, there we go.
Yep, yep.
Mm-mm.
Yep.
Then yip. And then yip. The haunted Nintendo 64 game you've never played. Woo! I'm gonna save it to watch later.
Kobo, fuck yeah.
I wanna listen to... I wanna listen to... Where is it? I found it. Of course. Harudo Meruku. I love her tail. Thank you. I love tails too. Look at that. Tail. Tail good. Who do we raid? He. Oh. Jester? I haven't raided Jester in a while. Tactics Ogre Reborn. Oh, looks like a PS2 era game, this one. Or Gwillem? I can rate Gwillem. I like Dragon. It's hard to choose. I don't know how to choose Gwillem. Okay, let's rate Gwillem. The music is so good. I cannot wait to play more tonight or tomorrow. Hopefully tonight I can play a little bit. Dragon. Okay, so let me just do some do some summoning. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. And also, I have a Discord. Oh, sorry. My Discord stream stuff is where I announce it. Stream stuff, and also Dragon Simping Corner. And I think someday I'm gonna make like a little Discord event, probably, maybe. Yep. I'm not too sure, but it's gonna be something about Kobo Care. Because why not? I love the game. But it's very explicit, so like, give me a second. Yeah, you can blame Jade for that one. Jade suggested it, and I think I like it. So someday I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Yeah, someday. It's most likely gonna be around Saturday or Sunday though, because it's like a good in between since time zones and stuff. Time zones are weird, so yeah, probably. Hopefully Saturday, Sunday, a lot of people will be a little bit more free than usual, instead of like weekends. So yeah. Time zones are weird, I know, right? I don't even know how to count them. But anyway. Yeah, Boop Jade. Let me type in the raid. Oh my god, it's Jade. Oh my god, it's Jade. Do not boop me. Why am I getting pied on then? I'll boop you. Bye, Yip Cute Kobo. Wow. Bye bye, Toys and Sus. I must obey the streamer. Yes, Boop Jade. I don't make the rules. I make the rules. At least here I make the rules. Yeah. There are supposed to be people that go around talking shit behind people's back to discredit them just because they don't support Russia. Literally using chemical weapons. Fuck. Now you're trying to badmouth me just because of a dispute. The fuck are you on? Yeah. You sure you want to do that? You sure you don't want to talk? You sure you don't want to take that back? Without that is actual baseless accusation and slander. Yeah, don't mind them, but still, I need to mind it because words go around. And I don't like baseless accusation. If you don't want to take that back, and I'm talking to you like this, mid paranoia moment, it's weird that all this came from a opinion dispute, and now you're saying this to me because you were nice. So I'm giving you one more chance. That you want to take that back? I'm talking to you very nicely now, Vicious. I love your background. Hey, thank you. I'll wait for a little bit. There might be some stream delays. And of course, Vicious, if you're mad about me last time they say that I am cute, you compliment me saying that I'm cute, but because I was in the heat of the moment, and I probably said something that you don't like. If it's because of that, you're resorting to baseless accusation, and slander. I don't know if they're still thinking. It's obvious that they still think about because you're in Russia, and it's weird too. It's already out like this, so I would say, right? I would say it's already out like this. Why not? You always picking on Jade, it's just weird. Jade hasn't done anything wrong. Jade is like Twitch. Well, maybe not, but Jade is everywhere. Most of the channels that I've been to, I see Jade. Jade is everywhere. So if you think that because Jade follows a lot of people and you think that Jade is following you, that's paranoia. Alright? So because I asked you a question and you didn't answer, and it seems like you want to resort to talking behind my back, I'm pretty sure something like this happened. I have no proof, but it feels like you saying this to me in my chat, saying that because of this, I support something of that huge thing that you just said. Whatever you said, I forgot. But if you resort to that, how disappointment, such a disappointment, really. I don't see Jay in your channel because I'm just not following the people you're following, or just don't visit the streams frequent. I mostly see Jade at shit, a lot of places. Ixon's chat, sometimes Nexus's chat, Salo's chat as well. Tikaka, sometimes in Kobo Zeal. And then there's also of course Seal, because you're a mod there, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, to me I see Jade in all places, so first off, I do not tolerate talking behind my back, bad mouthing me, and I gave you a chance to explain yourself, but you didn't, so disappointed, really, I am. I thought being mature enough, you know, someone of your age would be mature enough to have a civilized conversation, but I guess not. Well, too bad. No more. I'm done. And don't forget about Discord as well. I don't tolerate that. Oh, maybe I should probably do this off stream. I don't know. But just let me double check something real quick. Oh, looks like they left. Yeah, they left. That was fast. Okay. Yeah. I keep yawning. Werewolf? Oh my god. How many how many things can you compliment? I'm genuinely surprised. Wow. Your play mixer. What's a play mixer? You mean like the choice of music that I play? I just play dragon music. Okay, anyway. I already typed in the raid to Gwilym, so sorry about that just now, but it's bound to happen someday. Anyway, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Hopefully I'm not missing anything. I love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all... Oh, wait, no. Gwilym! Gwilym is on a stretch break for 3 minutes. It would be so devious to raid now. It would be so devious. It's like a sneaky raid. Do we do a sneaky raid to Gwilym? I can do that. Uh-oh. Hey, let's do a sneaky raid to Gwilym. Oh no.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
Motorcycle. Motorcycle. Rounded on the tips. Comparing other people just because of the nationality is unacceptable. It is not. It's kind of... No, it's not kind of. It's very... short-sighted? Short vision? Oh no, Jay.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons?
I think
it's true.
That
look at this pretty girl we got. She has
just
horns.
Doesn't go...
Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns.
They don't think at the bigger...
I mean,
they're
long.
Look at the bigger
it looks like they're kind
like.
of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
I suddenly am enjoying this music. Just listening to this makes me think of the dragon. The dragon. 30 seconds. I think I can start the raid now. Okay, I love y'all. Here comes the raid to Gwilym. We're raiding to a dragon. Dragon. Kobo style chi. Kobo style chi. Oh my god. What if I'm a motorcycle though? Wait, I'm not. I don't want to be a motorcycle. It did this already message. Thank you, Lex. Thank you, Nexus. Oh, I'm getting cold. I couldn't believe it. Today, or not today. These days has been raining a lot. So it feels good. Very nice. Have you tried rodwood? A lot of people have told me about it. But I haven't. Have not yet. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Smooches. Mwah. Bye bye. Bye bye. Take care. Take care. Bye bye.